Well, well, well. If it isn't Saturday afternoon. You guys doing this fine, well, afternoon. well, if it isn't Big Riker. It's true. Dude, Big Riker. I forgot about Big Riker. That was some good stuff. Hey, Crow stuff. What's going on? Constant screaming, Big Hog. Dude, it's Big Hog Saturday. He looks just like me with my little bathrobe there, yeah. He's got his little ice cream cone. Some other stuff. Got myself a new robe. Just sitting there auto-casting songs, you know how it is. Today we're going to do a quest. The game is called EverQuest, but actually, when it came out, didn't really have a lot of quests in it. By modern standards, anyway. How do you feel about bathrobes? Not gonna lie, you get kind of jealous sometimes seeing them. I used to wear a bathrobe like all the time. But now, when I'm older, I don't. I don't know. Maybe it was a young person thing. Kind of wandering around Eau Claire campus looking like the Big Lebowski. Well, actually the dude, but you only need one quest, dog. The EverQuest. There it is. The playlist today, I saw a thumbnail, and sometimes you gotta respect the thumbnail game. You just gotta respect it at times. And this one is Mountain Dew Baja Blast Newports in Chinese. So as far as I can tell, that's like halfway to world peace right there. It's got everything. All the races can come together on Baja Blast Newports written in Chinese. And I don't know if it's going to be any good, but we will find out. Lebowski maxing in my bathrobe. Hell yeah. I don't even have the requirements to make such a thing, so I don't keep liquor in the house. Besides Bailey's for my morning coffee. If I kept liquor in the house, I would drink it, so I don't. Pro strats, by the way. Make it Taki flavored? Ooh. You said Taki flavor, and in my head it's Tali flavor. Tali Zora Voss Marlboro? Somebody get on it. There, I'll tap it down one notch. A little quick buffer. I think Oh, we're tiny so that we can fit inside of dungeons. Otherwise, we actually couldn't for a lot of it. Them's the breaks. Tali Zora Voss my apartment. Hell yeah. Finished assembling the new Ogre box last night. Pretty great. Working on some bases now. Nice. Well, you can watch some mind-bending PlayStation 1 graphics while you do that. Give me that improved familiar. For anyone playing the game, hot tip, okay? Hot tip. You can make a macro that selects your spell set. So these load spell sets, save spell slots. When you right-click on this button, you can save your current loadout, and you can make, oh, this is the one I use for buffing, this is for DDD, this is for regen, raid group, solo boss, stuff like that. And you can make different loadouts. And if you have Shaman in your comp, you can make 2 different buff loadouts because they overlap, they overflow. And it's just /mem spell set space, and then whichever one it is on that list. And you can make little hot buttons out of them and just click them over here if you feel like it, which I do. Put the buff one right next to quick buff. It's that easy. Also, when you swap classes, it a lot of times resets your auto abilities, so make sure you click them. So my main comp is Enchanter Bard Wizard. So it's like essentially you're a wizard, Harry. I'm going against the grain. Remember when everybody always asked me, oh, what should I play, what's good, everything like that? I will tell you the truth, and I won't sugarcoat it. But it doesn't mean you have to act upon it. I'm just giving you informed consent, you know, where I'm like, this is a melee dot game, all right? Dots are overpowered. Melee is overpowered. Actually, melee is normal powered to be PH, as is dots. It's not a pet class game. It's not a direct damage game. You're not doing that. You put dots on the boss, you play a shaman, and you play a tank class, probably a paladin. And so I'm just giving it to you straight. However, you can use that information however you want. For me, I'm ignoring it. I'm playing a comp that's fun instead of good. I do have Enchanter in here, so I'm following at least one of the rules. Probably the main rule of the entire game is you play a shaman in your comp or an enchanter. One of those two. And it's almost non-negotiable. After that, you can kind of do whatever you want. And for new players, typically I recommend truly tank DPS healer. Because you're making a little party, you know. But I don't have a tank in this set. Because my goal is, because I have Bard in here, I'm going to sit in Evasive Stance and Arcane Mastery and just Rochambeau people to fucking 0 before my endurance runs out from dodging everything. And it actually works kind of nicely, especially because you got DDD for the best AoE in the game. Your single target is really high damage technically, but you will run out of mana or resources or life trying to solo stuff on D4, particularly bosses, and resists are a problem. So a build like this is kind of, it hits the glass ceiling. Can't quite do D4 bosses. D3 bosses sometimes. Everything else is kind of a breeze though. It's sort of like the D0 hero, if you will. And I got 2 of your main 3 nukes, Rend, Conflagration, but I don't have Ice Comet, and I kind of been waiting to get Ice Comet for a stream because it's a quest. And we can go to all ends of the earth and do an actual ever pause quest. The difference between Conflagurate for wizards, Rend, and Ice Comet is you got all 3 damage types that aren't poison disease. You got magic for rend, you got fire for conflag, and you got cold for ice. And you're going to want to rotate these depending on what the boss has particular resistances for. Conflagration does the most damage per hit, but it also costs the most mana. It's the least mana efficient. Rend does the medium amount of damage, but it is it has the weakest negative resistance to it. And Ice Comet costs the least amount of mana and is the most mana efficient point per damage. So it really depends. If there were no resists, you would use Ice Comet if you're running out of mana before the boss dies, and you would use Conflag if the boss dies when you still have mana and you just want to make the fight go over fast. And you would use Rend if resistances are a problem, because in the giant matrix of resistances, Rend is probably your best choice. The fewest bosses are crazy immune to magic resist, and they did that because slows are magic resist, I think. Some are disease, actually, now that I think about it. But a lot of the debuffs you're supposed to put up are magic, and so they're not that cruel to you, although there are several bosses, especially in Plane of Air, that you just can never land a magic thing on, even in Overchannel. Saturday morning goblin ass. It's true. Not sure if you keep up with Overwatch. I do not. With a new character... Why is that... How come that word is censored? What's a word that ends with N that would be auto-censored, I wonder? I can think of a word or two that start with N that should be censored, but none that end with it. What could that have been? Goon, Ass Russian. Oh, Ass Russian, that's a good one. That might be it. Looks like the Grey Knight baby carrier. In a good way or a bad way? Because there's a way to do that that doesn't look dumb. I just wonder if they did it that way. Anyway, so now I got to look up this Tartan's Wheel quest. We got to get a rune from pretty much the four corners of the entire Earth. We'll start with Azia. The first one is in Irud's Crossing. Alright, Irud's Crossing, huh? I think that's next to... Yeah, that's next to Rudin and Kanos, so I wonder which way. Which way, Northern Man. And this is one of the reasons why we leveled up Wizard and Druid early, so I could have teleports to everywhere. Irudin is right next to Toxulia, so we'll teleport to Toxulia. Big fan of that guy's Sandstorm. Hell yeah. You know, going over that magic set yesterday, I think I'm pleased with it. Even though it's exactly for me and exactly not for me at the same time. It's both. All the little funny references and ancient magic cards and stuff, definitely for me. The power level is not, because they're all bracket 2. But that is the half of it that I would and will complain about the least. First of all, there's been too much power creep anyway. And it's fine that there's a set for old guys who like bracket 2 and kitchen table magic. That's fine. Not everything has to be for me. I don't hate Universes Beyond because it's not for me. I hate it because it's objectively trash. Bracket 2 commanders aren't for me, but they're magic cards, so I don't care. There's a difference, I guess. So, I don't know, it's pretty cool. And there's a few of them in there that are maybe a little interesting to build around. Could it be that I finally make a bracket 2 successfully and all it took was them to put fucking Joven and shit on guards again? Well, he's got an icy manipulator in the background. I thought it was a Mirari at first. Whoa, you know. I thought this goes... Does this go to... Oh, I gotta go to the docks, I think. Yeah, Erude's Crossing. Okay. I figured it out. Think. Zoom in here. Are you cool with me, the guards here? Or do I have to use a different illusion? Judges you amiably. Okay, cool. They're fine with this. Hello, citizens. I'm not an ogre who worships the god of war. I am, in fact, a gnome who is a goodly... Oh, yeah, that's right. I gotta do the... There's a quest to become a... This is actually so sick. There's a... Gods actually matter in this game a lot for faction. So what god you happen to worship, much like the real world, what god you happen to worship matters a lot. They'll kill you, you know? And... You know, it would behoove me to levitate, would it not? Now that I'm thinking about it. Because swimming is pretty slow. You want to levitate above the water. Speaking of religion. Am I right, water walkers? Interrupted. Oh, I don't have bat wings. Alright, can't do that. Well, I don't have bat wings. That's a material component required for levitate because it's Dungeons and Dragonesian. But I do have a bard song to sing, so I gotta back up levitate just in case. I feel like the penis music should play when this guy runs around. You know. Can you not just walk? Oh, you probably have to... Maybe there's a teleporter, you have to take the boat. I thought you could just walk. Walk into the wild blue yonder. On a bat wings. Yeah, you need bat wing. I forgot to pick some up at the maid's shop. I'm operating under old rules where you just like run everywhere, but I bet there's a person to talk to that teleports you. For instance, translocator Inema. Yeah, take me to Erude's Crossing. TYVM. How do you always join the second I do? You're not my alt. You're on similar timetables here. Okay, so... If I IRC correctly... The Azia rune is close to that boat. I think. We got the wiki open for sure on this one. Like close to the boat, but there's like a fall off area, and it's along that. I gotta find something like 10 runes that are scattered towards the end of the earth, and I'm gonna do the quest twice. Air breathing. I don't want to run out of breath, so let's water breathing. Yeah, Leviathan's Eyes. There we go. Alright, I can now breathe underwater, and I'm pretty sure The bag is somewhere along this line here. Up or down from this. Scouring the sea floor. And we got to pick up 2 of them. Oh, what's this? Oh, what could this be? Geologist's hammer. Okay, a different quest item is scattered in the ocean. Okay, so that's not what we want. Why do you explode with glitter every 5 seconds? Because I'm a bard. And as a bard in this game, you get something called sympathetic aura, which is an AA. And you can put 10 points into it. And it'll auto-play the last 5 songs in your spell list over here. And it just pulses them like an AoE instead of you having to use a melody and manually twist them all. And so, pay no attention really to this loadout because I'm just fucking around, but I have a loadout of bard bonuses that help me essentially do damage as a wizard. Amplification, Rizona's Embers, Sandra's Algae so this one buffs the power of singing. This one buffs the power of direct damage spells. This one buffs my intelligence and wisdom to give me more mana. This one slows in an AoE around me because AoEing is popular on this build, and then this one gives me regen. And I swap out the regen during AoE pulls for like a big magic resist thing. I don't think you've ever seen EverQuest gameplay outside of Josh Strife Hayes' video about if the game is worth playing today. What was his verdict? Probably not. It's a game for literal Gen X that played it when they were kids, or old souls in young bodies that are enamored with Stone Keep and Eye of the Beholder and stuff like that. Just make sure I'm doing this in the right place. I could have sworn it was here from my memory. I've done this quest a very long time ago. Maybe it's closer to the boat. Bard mentioned. There he is. If you remember, he said, it's really interesting as a piece of MMO history, but yeah, hard to recommend to the modern MMO gamer. Yeah, I think I agree with him on that. Coffee Mug Man. Kinda correct on that one. Which is high praise given how often he has to play some Chinese microtransactions slop on his show. Yeah. Where you guys going? Badoosh. Algae covered flesh, no thanks. Oh, cool, I found a thing. Ozzy, a Ridge Crossing, underwater in the ocean floor just past the shipwreck with the zombie sailors, just after the ledge. Okay, so that's pretty much what I thought. So it is here. I just gotta zoom around and find it. Just past the ledge. Was he playing? He was probably playing Retail EverQuest too. Oh, there it is. There it is. Did you see it? Just barely in the distance on the ocean floor, 5 pixels next to 12 pixels. The rod. And it's gone. It disappeared. It disappeared right as I clicked on it. What the fuck? Did you see it? Dude, a matrix error in against my favor. Dude, I'd never seen that before. What happened? A server issue? Right as I clicked? Unlucky? You did not see it. He's hallucinating. It's over. He's blind. I wonder if it's loading like a patch of the ground as I move away. That's supposed to happen. No, see, there's a hitch there. What could it mean? Perhaps it's by these guys. Do you have a breath meter in this game, or are you able to swim forever? Yes, you have a breath meter. I cast a spell that allows me to breathe underwater. Because I figured I would be here for a while running around the ocean floor. Not all of these are hard to find, but some of them are. And this one is kind of hard to find. I remember swimming up and down this area forever when I was looking for it. Really call you an MMO boomer without throwing a stone through your glass house. You've got old school RuneScape on your other monitor, yeah. Everyone has their thing, I guess. I plan on doing this quest twice, if I'm able. Because it rewards your choice of 3 items, and one of those items is a spell scroll of Ice Comet, which I need. And another one is a staff, which has actually really good stats. And I want to complete the quest one time and get the staff first. And see if it is a lore item. If it's a lore item, then I only have to do the quest twice. And I level up the staff and use it separately. If it is not a lore item, it means I do the quest like 50 times. So that I can combine the staff over and over and level it up that way instead of wasting motes. So I'm not even sure how I feel about which I'm hoping for, if there is such a thing. I wonder if someone came and got it before me, because it should always be here. Well, as mentioned, we've summoned Ortorius. actually arrived out of nowhere. Do you suppose I should create... Or I should do a pick zone, right? I have essentially 4 chances of refreshing the zone based on the difficulty of that zone. 1, 2, 3, or 4. Actually 5, I guess, with 0. And so in this way, you get to cheat. It's 5 times more likely to find the camps you're looking for in this version of EverQuest than normal, because you can hop to different picks and see if it has spawned in this one. There we go. Let's do that. I might as well get my songs out as if I were exploring, which I am. So we'll be singing Cello's Accelerando for Faster Run Walk and Sonorous Clouding for Invisibility. You can tell if you're invisible because you're in brackets, or rather parentheticals. If you have invisibility to undead, then you're in brackets. And if you have both, it's both, but it's hard to get both because if you cast a spell outside of form, then it goes away. See, what was that? There's like a hitch in the level right as you cross this area. And you can see it on the ground right there. It's that easy. Okay, and it's not called Azia Rod, so you just have to know which one it is. And so we're putting these in the inventory in order, because they're all just called Rod. It is not a lore item, so I can get 2. That's great. Invisible but singing and playing music like a creepy ghost. Hell yeah. Like a character... like somebody's character in my Rifts game, which was almost going to happen today, but it's too close to Gen Con, and I need to see when people are free. We were almost then going to have it on the 22nd, but man, the scheduling monster, it's a rough one. Take care of them. Options. Attack on hostile cast off, persistent auto attack off. Those are 2 options that are actually really excellent for everyone except a pure caster who is an enchanter. If you're an enchanter, you're going to want to turn that stuff off. Attack on hostile cast and persistent auto attack. Those are 2 wonderful features. Excellent quality of life. But if you're specifically enchanter, you probably want to turn those off. Because you're going to accidentally like attack some monster you're trying to mesmerize and break it immediately. Oh, we found it. We just okay, so that's the solution. You got to walk out there to the zombies and then come back and the rod spawns. We figured it out. Hell yeah. All right, so we're only going to do 2 of them to start to see if the staff is a lore item. Next up is Everfrost Peaks. What's the fastest way to get to Everfrost? Black Burrow. So we need Kano's Hills, Black Burrow. Alright. Man, it's nice to have every teleport in the game. Let's see. Black Burrow, huh? Kana's Hills and Permafrost. It's probably Surefall Glade is the closest. There we go. You get to cast rituals that aren't in your class, sometimes if they're teleports, like Druid, or if they're Shrink, like Shaman. It does drain your mana bar, but who cares? Who cares? Alright, send me to Kano's Hills. I'm actually really happy that thing spawns so quickly. It means this quest won't be that bad. Just a lot of exploration. A lot of teleporting and running around. But, you know, that's the world. That's the world of Norath. It's a nice little leveling zone here, Blackburrow. One of the revamp dungeons they did. Got some highly decent items in it. Alright. Everfrost Peaks. I think it's just like real. Yeah, it's up here. I think. Everfrost, basically the most out of the way area. Until Luckland comes out, and then travel is fucking annoying. Damn, I hate those nexuses. Give me a Levitate. I'm gonna run up the mountain. Mountain Runner. Alright, so this one is in Everfrost Peaks. It is the floor of the house in the back of the hidden cave. Entering through the frozen river. Enter the river through the... Swim up against the ice to breathe. Beware the lich. It's high level aggressive and it can see invisible. Okay, I think I know what they're talking about here. And now with Levitate we can fly. Penis music playing in my head 24/7 when you're a gnome running through the sky. Actually, can we do that? Hold up. I control YouTube, don't I? Okay. There we go. I wonder if you can like if you can find whatever sound effect there is for like your footsteps walking, and if I just switch it out, if EverQuest would just bring it up, and so every time your character moved, it would just start playing this. Alright. Ice hole somewhere here, right there. And then we swim all the way up into this thing, and somewhere in here next to a hut is the rune we're looking for. Alright, penis music has to turn off because now we're just swimming. It's not appropriate. You're no longer just zooming. Secret hidden cave underneath the ice. It's kind of nice. I'm getting my swimming skill up. You might as well get that up. I think frogs start at 100 or 200 or something like that for swimming. Not the best racial bonus. But it's pretty handy immediately in their swamp area. Alright, where are we here? So it's either in this area or the other one. I wonder, is it in the central area here? Northeast house. 3 icebone skeletons spawn inside. Well, this isn't a house. Well, it kind of is a house. Alright, don't see it. Maybe that doesn't count as a house. Maybe it's this one in the furthest northeast area. Oh yeah, I remember this. Yeah, it's right here. Biza rune acquired. But we do need 2, so we gotta wait here a little bit. Auto sell, auto sell. Now, do I pick zone or see how long it takes for the thing to respawn? I guess we could see how long it takes to respawn. If I just wait here for it. It is kind of a long run. Let's explore this area while I'm here. Sulan McMoor. Ice Goblin Diver. Goblin Diver. What's up, dude? This guy has like 17 million hit points or something like that. I watched this paladin guy assemble a raid group and fight him, Sulan McMoor. There's no reason to fight him. I'm not even sure. He might have a quest associated with him. I'm sure he's just chilling here. But they're trying to find the Mana Stone because supposedly it's in the game, so they're killing stuff that he might not always kill. Notice he's a level 61 wizard grandmaster. And the level cap is 50 in this game, and the gods are like 55. But he has like kind of no abilities-ish. Oh, there's the Lich of Miragul. Oh wait, I'm invisible. Maybe... He's ready to attack. I'm sure he's for some proto epic quest or something. Anyway, they were fighting him for, I want to say, well over an hour. Like, they got their regen, sustain, and stuff all up, and they just parked in front of it, auto tack on, and then answered questions on stream for the next hour plus. And he died and dropped an apprentice robe. Alright, we got 2 of the Biza rods now. So it was not a secret source of Mana Stone, or at least, I guess the jury's still out, but... Okay, 2 Biza runes. Next one is in Lake Wraith here. Which closest thing is Southern Karana. You can teleport to North Karana. I wish the stop casting macro worked here, but it does not. I can never remember if it's West or North Karana that's closest to South, because all those zones are fucking mammoth, just huge. Yeah, there's no Wraith. Okay. It is North. It is North Karana that's right next to South Karana, which kind of makes sense, but there is a West as well. And you might think maybe West is in between. It could be. It is not. Alright, big runners running across the world. Wait, isn't there a fishbone earring guy? Hold on, I think there's a fishbone earring guy. While I'm here, since I'm here anyway, it's in one of the Karanas. From Haddon. No, it's in Kano's Hills. Okay, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Two streams in 1 week? Dude, we're getting spoiled. Yeah, it's true, Alex. True custodian. The last one was Magic Memory Lane. This one is MMO Memory Lane. We're questing for Ice Comet and a nice staff. Gonna do 2 of the quests in a row. And if the staff happens to be lore, then it ends there. And I have to spend precious motes to level up the staff. If the staff is not lore, then it's almost a bad thing, although it is a good thing. If the staff is not lore, then we do this quest a minimum of 15 more times I think 16 times is probably the most I could stomach. And combine all the stabs in a pyramid scheme to level it up instead of wasting motes on it. Motes are precious, you know, I gotta get those spells up. And other equipment. My gear is not particularly great. Numbers-wise, but I have all the right items for the most part. I've been spending time leveling up alts in different classes and grinding AAs and stuff. More than I have just positively farming gods. So if you kill a raid boss, say Inaruk, the god of hate, that's your 1 week lockout, right? Typical MMO thing where it's a week lockout and you get all the loot from him. But you can kill him the next day. There's like a 1 day lockout on killing him at all. And if you kill him the next day, you get 1 signature piece of loot. So for the sweats, because they don't want to lock you out too much, you can play how you want to play. It's a single player game. So while it's a week lockout for the entire drop table and just a shower of loot, you can kill the raid bosses once a day and get like a single piece from all the rest of them. And I have not been doing that. I've been doing other stuff instead. So what I'm saying is I could be farther along in gearing this creature. But I chose other things instead. Underwater on the top floor of the stone tower in the hidden cave underneath the first island. Out from Ray of the Mountains, island number 15 on the map. Okay. I have a follow-up question. What's island 15? Okay, it's the upper right one. Okay. Am I levitating? I am. Okay. So when you're levitating, you want to kind of climb a wall a little bit and then head out. So much faster than swimming. Remember, you can take a +0 and use a single cheap +1 infinitesimal mote to make it 1, which vastly speeds up merging from 0 to 5-ish. Yes, you are correct. I would be doing that on all 16 of them, which kind of like, it jumps it up a tier-ish. Ends up being really impactful. So, it's under the water in a hidden tower. Near this island. It's not that one, it's the underwater one. Oh, I bet it's inside the... yeah, okay. Air remaining. Hold up. Air remaining. No. See, this is why I should go to Kanos while I'm here and get the fishbone earring so I never have to cast this spell. It's cool to have a spell to cast to solve this problem if you don't want to farm that thing. I appreciate that part of it. But I got a lot of planar gear and stuff. I should have gone and gotten that earring by now, and I think I might as well. It's questing day, you know, so we should quest a little bit. How many motes do I have? I just leveled up Conflag and Ren to 7 real quick. So I did start spending some motes, but I've been very stingy. I've been pretty stingy spending my motes. I got... Actually, I've not been stingy spending the infinitesimal ones. I only have 8 of those left, but I got 19 potential, 15, 2 and 2. And this is after I just kind of spent some for the first time. Oh wait, Kizzle's here. Are you... Hello, sir. Are you trying to get this as well, or are you here on a different quest? Ranger, Monk, Enchanter. Well, it's a wizard quest, so you're not here for the reason that I'm here. Which means I can scoot in and grab that item. Maybe it's up. It's not in here, it's up. Yeah, there we go. Kaza rod acquired. And I won't kill these guys because you're over here doing stuff. The Kisler. Oh, nope, they're gone. Oh, these respawn nice and quick. Look at that. It's already back. Wow. All right, so this won't actually be that bad to do 16 times if that one thing is not lore. Next up is Dagnor's Caldoran, which is a little out of the way. So we're going to go to Kanos Hills. So back to Surefall. Howdy, Mr. Woah. I see you're also MMO gaming at the moment. It's true, we're doing some quests. I'm getting Ice Comet and Staff. So I'm doing the entire Wizard Rune quest twice. Possibly 16 more times, we'll see. You're not as EQ pilled as you ought to be, but that sounds good. Hey, don't worry about it. I don't know anything about OSRS or some other ones that people play, but I get the passion. All right, Big Kanos Hills. And he is in the lake, or ostensibly in the lake. Oh, and he's up too? Let's go. Hello, sir. Badoosh. There it is. Fishbone earring. +2. And a fishing pole. Which, if I ever need to do fishing quests, I guess I have a +1 fishing pole now. So this shit's +2. Warn effect. So I could either level this up with a moat, or I could just pick zone 4 and go kill him again if he happens to be up. This is something that essentially every character ought to do, and it's super easy. And if you extract the Enduring Breath from it, put it on an earring, it's class all, race all. So you can do it on a warrior who doesn't even have spells or anything. Put it on anything. And then you don't have to worry about casting Enduring Breath or Leviathan's Eyes or whatever it is, the spell or song that you're worrying about. Breathe underwater. Plenty of underwater places happening. You want to go to Kedge Keep, get the blue staff, right? There he is. Badoosh. Oh, and it perfect. Perfection. All right, now I got a +4 fishing pole. Oh yeah. And now that it's +4, it really only needed 3. You can take out the exaltation from it, and you can keep them in storage exaltation if you want down here.
Good job, King.
What I'm gonna do is put it in Ornament of the Oracle. Pink. And now I can breathe underwater, and I don't need to care about that ever again. Perfect. Bomped 420 double Xer. Thanks for the tier 1 for 17. Appreciate it. TYVM. Funny name. Proceed to continue lurking if you wish. TY for the sub. Next one is Dagnor's Cauldron. Which, that's close to Kedge Keep anyhow, isn't it? So Butcher Block is where we want to teleport to. I can't remember if that's a druid or a wizard one. We'll find out. I think it's a druid one. It is a druid one. Butcher Block. Sort of like getting permanent items in Morrowind for constant effects. Yeah. Yeah. It's fun stuff to just go find and get. Wish there was more people to play P99 with, TBH. A lot of classes you really can't level solo, yeah. Yeah, that's the problem. That's why they came out with stuff like Legends. So we want to go to Dagnor's. Where's the end point? Oh, it's right around the bend, that's right. I know the dock is way northwest. You would want to play a cleric, but you got stuck leveling a shaman. Damn. In EQL, you mean? Or P99? Cleric is surprisingly fun. I think I've talked about this before. I'm not really a healing in MMOs kind of guy. Never was. But I leveled a cleric and I found it surprisingly enjoyable to play. Oh, P99, yeah. And a Lizard. A little Ixar. Bonus AC, a little bit of regen. Stuck on chain if it's true P99. No plate. Eventually they got rid of that. Okay. Underwater in a small gully on the lake floor out and to the left of Kedge Keep near the island, directly out from Unrest. Okay. I think I can surmise whereabouts that is. A State of Unrest is one of those zones they didn't really do a revamp to, which is a little sad because I like it. It's sort of overshadowed in the leveling process. Also, it's pretty out of the way to get to as a low-level character as well. But it's a fun place to chill with a group and just grind. Alright, directly out from Unrest. So let's just go to Unrest and then walk directly out from it, since that was the... Why use so little? I'm using a gnome illusion, because I'm an enchanter, and so I use the gnome illusion so that I can run around indoors. Although most of this stuff is outdoors now. But... also... I could do a Bateman intro here. Switching back to Ogre. But the cool thing is, alright. Look at how fast he runs. Let him go. All right, anyway. Plus 10. Look at him go, dude. He's moving. 76 velocity, goddamn. Yeah, it's capped at 76. It would be a lot higher if they didn't uncap it, because I have a lot of bonuses to it. And also, I'm not doing the strafe thing where you can eke out a little more, depending. I got a lot of instrument bonuses. I got essentially all of the barred instruments from raid zones that give like 140% to various songs. Okay, so this thing... Oh, hey. Oh, hey. Hi, gay. Bink. There we are. It's that easy. Rune Dina acquired. And now we just wait for it to respawn, get 2 of them. He's fucking schmoving. Do you think MMOs will ever go back to this level of mechanical depth, buffing, debuffing, etc.? I don't know if I would call it mechanical depth. There's an incredible amount of mechanical... This is actually pretty simple. Well, okay. Yeah, it's complicated under the hood. But... I don't know, it's like proto mechanics. So this stuff most of the other MMOs do, they just do it in a slightly different way. Like, you just get items. You just get items with higher eye level, and if it's green, you put it in the slot, right? And you're not really hitting breakpoints anymore. I don't know, I don't think it's as complicated as it seems. Just because there's games like Path of Exile and PoE 2 and stuff, you know, like there's extreme mechanical and build crunch games if you want them. Like, they're out there and they're modern. Well, PoE isn't modern, but it's still alive, so I guess technically it's modern. But yeah, PoE 2, even though it's much simplified. Did you get to Jandor last night? Yes, we did. We got to the saddlebags and the ring. EQL is proving there's sort of a market for it. Yeah, there's a bunch of... I think at this exact moment we're hitting... And this is a very tiny... This is small comparatively. But you remember about 10 years ago, there was a boom in, like, boomer shooters. You started to get... Like, honestly, it started with Doom 2016, I think. And people were like, oh, there's a market for old guys who just want to point and shoot and have some funny movement, you know. And so they came out with, you know, Dusk and the Space Marine game and Ultra Kill, Cultic. There was just a bunch of, like, boomer shooters briefly. And maybe boomer MMOs, maybe that's happening right now with EQL, THJ 2 years ago, Monsters and Memories, what's it called? The Hollowed Oath. So maybe it's a little tiny resurgence thing, although much smaller than boomer shooters, which are in turn much smaller than Fortnite, but whatever. Next one is Lower Guck. On the floor of the reanimated hand room. Oh, okay. I know that room well. Killed that hand a trillion times. I should have picked that thing up. Let's go to the Firat, right outside Aguk. Quake level modding also popped the fuck off for a bit, yeah. Games you can just pick up again after not playing for weeks are great, yeah. You just jump right in, shoot some fucking monsters, get lost in the map for a little while, and then find the obvious way you were supposed to go. Move on to the next one. Save your ammunition for the good gun forever and don't even use it on the last boss just in case. so that you never used it ever, even though it was right there waiting. Wish the shotgun had more ammo so you could only use that, but they made its ammo low to force you to use less fun guns. You know, stuff like that. Ever played Painkiller? No, but I heard about it. You appreciate that he lets you saddle random shit. Yeah, I don't like the saddle mechanic personally. Um, that's just not. It's not a mechanic I enjoy. I feel it's like vehicles, and I don't like the vehicle mechanic either. I don't like tapping stuff to temporarily create a guy. But he's fun, and there are like saddle stuff that is good. It's just not. What do you call it? It's just not like my style, I guess. It's not a criticism of it. It's just how I feel about it. I much prefer sacrificing giant creatures to like Bene Supremo. Instead of saddling stuff, I would rather kill it and draw a million cards immediately. Station, I actually kind of like Station. Maybe this is the meeting in the middle thing. I kind of like Station. So like this area here would be a nightmare to navigate as a giant ogre. I would sometimes have to be ducking underneath stuff. Wait, this way. Yeah. That thing in the floor. Nope. To the right. And I've run here so many times. This one you got to go over because you'll get stuck underneath it, and then this one you go underneath for those running through here. And then we're down here. And then over this way. Truly dungeons, like true mazes. Proper dungeons. We've lost the recipes on that one in modern games. And it is because this shit is annoying. And everyone hates it. But it's got a charm to it. Dungeons nowadays are a hallway and then it turns right and then a hallway and a boss room and that's it. And that's like way more convenient and not annoying. But I don't know. I like proper dungeons every once in a while. You start to memorize the routes. You find weird alcoves that the developers didn't even consider would end up being a place that players just naturally coalesce to here and there. So there's so many people here. Do I create my own instance? What's the timer? What's the timer? 37 minutes? No, let's see. Maybe it's just chilling on the floor. And I need an entirely different form of invisibility now. I need invisibility to undead. Everything down here is undead. Double invises. Oh wait, I gotta turn off the song. There we go. In brackets means invisibility to undead. And parenthetical is the normal one. There's so many people here. It's possible I'll have to make my own zone to find it. It's not the end of the world. Down here. Wait, not yet. I am levitating, otherwise I would have to jump over this. It's a pit that you die in. And right here is a pit that you die in as well. See, I'm sinking into the floor there. Got hidden traps, illusory walls, hidden bookshelves. All that shit. How are you up? There's so many people in this zone, and no one has killed you. Crazy. All right. Ina rune located. Ina. All right, and then we'll wait for it to respawn. Lucky. Upper got pretty well. There's only the room with the beams that you found is problematic to navigate as an ogre. Yeah, and a barbarian and stuff. It's just nice to be able to see more stuff around you, I guess. Funny enough, you're playing through OG Doom right now for the first time. It's great. I was surprised. I didn't think they still had it in them. Doom 2016 was sick. Wait, OG Doom? You mean 93 Doom? That game's surprisingly good still as well, I say. Semi-unrelated, but are ogres your actual favorite fantasy race or species, or have you got a different preference? No, I never really was like an ogre guy until Age of Sigmar, and now it's kind of on brand. I've always liked huge things, like giant races and stuff. Like I always liked. It's funny when stuff is big, I guess. So I've always kind of liked that. In MMOs, I guess I'm not following that exactly now with this illusion, right? But in MMOs, I typically follow the normal MO of you either choose the biggest, coolest thing or the smallest, cutest thing. No in between, you know. And you don't really get cute stuff unless you're playing a Korean MMO typically. But there are always exceptions. Next up is Oasis of Mar. Underwater at the top floor of the stone tower in the lake. Okay, pretty close to the Plane of Hate sword entrance then. Boy, Oasis of Mar is such a cool zone. Big fan. Were you a Tauren enjoyer in WoW? Yes, for sure. Big Tauren enjoyer in WoW. Dude, Tauren are huge. Great. They look sick. They have nice animations and walk cycles, and you can get a lot of dangling hair off of them. And braids and stuff. It's fucking big. Not really don't really care for the hooves that much because you can't wear boots that look cool, but that's fine. It's fun to be big. Elden Ring Catacombs has that OG charm you would love for dungeons, I bet. I played through Elden Ring when it came out. I don't think I ever beat it though. I ended up putting it down. I saw what they were going for with it, and I really liked the art style. And the sort of go anywhere and grind anywhere if you want, you know, kind of thing. But I never really was a giant fan of, how do I put this? The gameplay, the combat, or just the mechanics, I think. I don't like stamina bar, block, dodge, attack, block, dodge, attack, stamina bar shit. Like, I just don't like games like that. Memorizing boss patterns is fine. You got to do that for most games, right? But I'm not like enamored by that. And I'll accept swing horizontal, swing vertical, hold up shield if I'm playing Morrowind or something. But that's more like an immersive story game. And the combat is just like technically there. Now, if it's a parry, parries are fun. It's fun to time. Parry timing is pretty fun. I enjoyed it a great deal in Expedition 66 and a 6th. Alright, we got the Faina rune, or rod. And now we just chill here and wait for the next one. Dodge rolling is just mandatory. Shields are vestigial at best, yeah. Yeah, the French New Wave game, Expedition 8.5. Okay, one person in the chat will get... Is Frank here? Somebody get that, please. Never mind. There it is. Bink. Alright, double Faina rune activated. Now it's time to go to high pass hold. So I guess we're going to East Karana or Kithakor. This one's out of the way too. Is there a... I think there's a Kithakor Druid ring. There's not. There's not. And there's not an East Karana either. I bet Noctulos is the closest in that case. Because Karana is fucking huge. How dare you attack me? I would kill you if the spell to teleport wasn't already done casting. You lucked out. I'm foolish. I thought Noctulos was connected to Kithakor, but I'm wrong. Hey, alright. We'll do Karana. We'll do the long way. Because it goes East Common Lands, West Common Lands, the Gorge, Kithakor. Oh, maybe Kithakor is part of West, is connected to West. And then from there it's High Pass. I don't think you have to go through the Gorge to get the High Pass. But maybe you do. And being a bard is so nice. The zooms. Fastest runner in the game. Although some people have mounts now. That's something. East Plains of Karana, always to the east. We're getting that marathon. Fucking Sonic the Hedgehog that he was blasting. And look at how far we've gone. We've collected all of these rods. And they're all just called rod. If you're not organizing them and paying attention, like imagine if I logged off right now and didn't play for a month and came back. Which ones are which? What are the last two I haven't gotten yet? Oh no. Well, you got to do these in one sitting. Always East run that desk hockey timing for real. Oh wait, you can only do it from the bridge. Oh, look at that huge bridge. Wow. It's so sick. Level 7 Cyvor. Brand new player there. You can't get level 7 if you're doing your second character. You start at 10. This is a bona fide new player right here. Big. Well, carry on, citizen. Alright, high pass hold. High pass hold is actually quite a good leveling zone. Except it's so far out of the way that it's just like positively not worth going to. But there's a little bank in the basement of the inn. A little bank and a shopkeeper right next to a bunch of goblins, and so you can actually just farm the goblins forever. And there's a store to sell to even, stuff like that. Now, in this version of the game, you can sell stuff straight from your inventory because of quality of life. So that's less impactful, but in the real game, it was a big deal. It was a big deal. Remember your rogue spent quite a long time farming those goblins and leveling pickpocket? Yep, it's a great place for it. Pretty decent faction, too. I can never remember if the entrance to High Pass is on the top or the bottom. Kind of doesn't matter. I think it's the bottom. No, the bottom is where the quest guy is. Top is where the entrance is. I think I remember just now. Now, the other ones I could kind of remember where they were a little bit. This one in High Pass, I do not know where it is. Wait, maybe it's by the... Is it by the waterfall? I so infrequently go to High Pass. I think it's by the waterfall or something like that. I'll look it up as soon as we're there. If able. I've seen people online farming, searching, because Secret said that the Mana Stone is in the game, but it doesn't come from the place that you remember it. And so it's sort of like a giant quest. Everybody's trying to figure out where the Mana Stone drops from, and killing other beholders and other floating eyes and stuff in different zones. And so the Gorge of King Zorb is a common place that I've seen on Twitch here and there the past few days. People trying to discover where to get it. Yep, up here is the entrance, and that means down here, right in the corner, there's that quest guy. was there. Maybe he gets added with Kunark. Because I think that's like a bard quest. Is it the epic? It's been too long. Alright, just remember the bard epic quest. They give you all that run speed and they expect you to fucking use it. You gotta run to every single corner of the whole world, and it's like run across every Karana. Each of the 3 Karanas, talk to one guy, run all the way back across all the Karanas, hand him a note. He gives you a music page, run across all the Karanas again, just back and forth, back and forth. Let's look it up. Beneath the waterfall near the Tiger's Roar patio. Okay, so it is beneath. It is by the waterfall somewhere. The patio. I do not remember the name of the inn, but here, Tiger's Roar, alright. By the patio. Waterfall. Could that be up here? Could be at the top of the waterfall. Is this one of the waterfalls I can swim up? It's not, okay. Trying to cheat my way up there, I should just go the normal way, which I don't remember. I'll get up there. Actually, the edge of the world. We found it. They probably don't mean here. I mean, we glitched up to it. There's even a thing here. They probably don't mean this area. With gaps in the water. Well, they said by the patio, right? So I don't see a patio here. But they did say waterfall. Maybe there's 2. Alright, that's Serpent Supplies. Serpent Supplies. Fucking lunchroom ass menu. Alright, well here's the patio. Is it just in here somewhere? Not really a patio, it's more of a dock. Well, it's not a dock because there's no boats. I might have to look up better instructions. Oh, here we go. Here we go. No, it's right. It's just as they said. There's the waterfall, and the patio is actually a little over there, but no big deal. All right, we'll wait for the second one to drop. Something I love about old graphic games is there's so much visual clarity since everything is so low detail. So when the designers put something in the environment, it really pops, yeah. Oh, there's a building. It must be important. I bet there's something here. A human being put this here with purpose instead of drawing a giant terrain brush and just having an algorithm figure it out. That is kind of nice. All right, the next one is in Kano's Aqueducts, which is, that place is a nightmare to me to navigate because I've never been a Kanos guy. I always start in Freeport, and generally I'm around that area. I'm never over on the Kanos half, and so I'm just not familiar with it that much. Don't like Kanos. Get lost there too easy. But we gotta go to the belly of the beast. I seem to recall it's by like a crocodile tank or a shark tank or something like that. Way in the bowels of the aqueducts. Well, since we're running there, let's find out. Underwater on the tile floor of the shark pit. 14 on map, okay. It wasn't a crocodile pit, it was a shark pit. Shark pool with 2 level 17 A sharks. Because their name is A Shark. Nice. Number 17. Okay, yeah, this is a goddamn maze. Holy. Dude, look at this. Hey, you gotta go here. And to get there, you go through here, and this thing connects over here, which you have to... And you zone in some... Jesus. Look, we're working on it. And I don't remember where the entrance to it is, but we're using the zone connector to do that. Show me. Oh, it's actually fairly simple. Nice. This way. Oh, and you actually just swim down into the... Oh, nice, okay. Got it. Big. Can you acquire that map in-game, or do you just have to rock dog it? No. Down here, behind my character, I got a map. Although I did download this map and put it into the game. But you do have a map. In original EverQuest, there was not a map. You just had to memorize all of this stuff. Which was, you know, kind of a big deal. But yeah, Brules came out with maps pretty... I wouldn't say pretty quick, but pretty quick. FF11, you needed to do quests in each dungeon to unlock the ability to get the dungeon for the map. Nice. Okay, according to this, I go here. We skip over that place. And then this right here is a fake wall. Fake wall you walk through. Illusory wall. And then you go down here. And you could go that way, but we're not. I think we're going here, which is a drop. And we're hooking a left. Going up this way. Through this thing. Past the gelatinous cube. Up here. And then down. Oh, Omorb. What's up, dude? Level 20 warrior. Omorb. And Neeb. And then in the shark pit. There it is. The rod. The most stationary shark ever. You know, sharks, I'm told sharks need to actually be swimming so their gills work. So they're even swimming as they sleep, supposedly. I don't know if that's true or not, it's just a tidbit. And so seeing the most immobile shark ever is somewhat funny to me. It's also like, yeah, you're right, definitely not large enough for even one shark, much less two of this size. They would have to swim in a tight circle the whole time and they would just end up dying. Yeah, this dungeon doesn't care about the well-being of their animals. I guess they're getting fed well enough because there's all these bones down here. Omorb and Neeb, also a beggar. You guys got to be careful. Those sharks. Actually, you know what? I'm seeing some visual storytelling here. We gotta. It looks like people are perhaps thrown into the shark pit to feed them by the criminal underworld. Is this environmental storytelling? Yeah, SeaWorld type shit. The next one is in Nariak Commons. So we'll go to the Dark Elf City, Nariak. Take a Nectulos Gate. Nectulos Gate. Yeah, look at all of our acquired rods. You remember when you were a kid, they'd throw the beggars in the shark tank. How times have changed. Yeah. We forgot our recipes. We need to just throw beggars in the shark tank again. Like the good old days before 9/11. Keep them off the streets. And keep the sharks fed. It's a win-win. Alright, now we're entering Nariak, which is an evil city. And so it's time to switch up our illusion. Illuso Changeo. Oh, it's blocked? I guess I have to physically undo that. Wow. Don't mind me, fellow dark elves. Wait, this map is wrong. I forgot it's the wrong map. Okay, this is one of the places where the map is incorrect. Actually, farther north. There we go. There's an updated Nectulos and an updated Lava Storm. A very updated Lava Storm. And they used the old one, and the new one is on the maps. So... okay, we need the Nariak Commons underwater on the river floor. Immediately outside the Blind Fish windows. The Blind Fish is the underground bar near the bank with 4 large windows looking out below the surface. Ah, this is going to be really tricky. Regardless, we're going to the Commons, and this is the foreign quarter. This away. Jonathan Swift's A SeaWorld proposal. Feels very appropriate to be watching this while working on 2nd edition Corn Berserkers. Hell yeah. Okay, outside the windows. So we actually don't go to the bar. I remember doing this a million years ago where I went to the bar first and then you can see it from outside the window. But there's no way to get to it. Actually just jump in. And then shimmy around until you can see these windows of the underground bar. It's actually a cool idea. You have a bar and then you can just see the ocean underneath it through the windows. Oh, they got some darts. They're playing darts in there, Yak. Oh yeah. Anyway, there's the rod, and you can see the rod from the windows, and so you know it's out there to find it, which is kind of neat. And then what's this? Oh, old silver coin. Little Leatherfoot deputy. What are you doing here? They threw a halfling in the river. What's old silver coin used for? Point of Tash, for the Shania spell. Oh, I never did that quest. Well. I guess I'll keep that for when I eventually get to Shania. And again, no, yeah, I'll use that eventually, probably. There we go, we got 2 of those. And finally, Unrest. And I should have looked at this list beforehand, because I was already in Dagnor's Cauldron. And I could have just gotten the Unrest one at the same time. Well, eat shit me. But also no big deal. Teleports make it not so bad. Ring of Butcherblock. Back to the normal map. These trees, hell yeah, the graphics. off to unrest. One of the quality of life AAs that really is a waste of points that I did pick up just because it saves time and right-clicking spell slots a trillion times is Permanent Illusion. I would not recommend buying Permanent Illusion, typically, because there's just way better stuff to get, but as an ogre, I like to be illusioned up, typically, so I can fit places and just see around my character and stuff. And also, like, Form of the Bear, if you're a shaman, or Form of the Lupine if you're an enchanter, or whatever. Your little illusion things. It makes them last 16 hours, so you don't have to keep recasting them, and it makes them last between zones. You don't need to recast them every time you enter a zone, and it's just kind of nice. Okay, it's under... Oh, what's this? Wait, that's one of the mushrooms for the mushroom quest. Oh, it's under the water here? Like in a goofy little area? Yeah. I didn't even have to look this one up. I remembered it. Okay, and so the second row is here. This is the second row. That's Jaka. The Jaka rune. The Neriak Commons was the Izo rune. And the Aqueducts was the Hida. This is the last rune. Final rune. 11 runes from the farthest reaches of Norath. Half of them underwater. Forgotten areas. I keep saying rune, it's rods. Nice respawn rate on those. Okay. All 11 rods collected. Positively huge. Now, we gotta find Solgar. I believe he's in Everfrost Peaks. He is. So once again, we are going to Surefall Glade. One last time. Almost forgot. Got to get rid of the Dark Elf illusion because we're in a nice place. We're in a nice place. Okay. Let's go gnome. There we go. I think the quest NPC is a human as well. The gnome should be reasonable there. Back to Black Burra. Might as well buff up while we're here. I should make a travel loadout too, like a questing loadout that always has like cellos for movement speed, invisible, that kind of stuff, and accelerating chorus. The skull chest plate. Oga. Alright, now where is this guy? He is in the far north. Kind of mid, but after that one area. Oh, wait. The other thing is levitate. I knew I was forgetting something. Bink. Much better. Don't travel without it. Levitate. It looks like these two areas on the map connect. They do not. Don't run out of your way. Alright, get rid of invisibility so that he can see me, otherwise he can't turn in the quest. There he is, Soligar. He is indifferent to me. Hail, traveler. Would you happen to know the location of any of the spokes of Tartan's wheel? A pity. I shouldn't have expected you to know, though Tartan's wheel would be a fine prize. If you're interested, I will reward you. It was split into 10 separate pieces. These pieces were then scattered across the face of Norath. I have a tome. Thanks. If you right-click the tome, it, like, tells you the story of where all of them could be. Pretty nice. As well as a wheel case. Give me that. It is a combiner. Assemble the pieces. Quest turn in number 1. Combine. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Well, it looks like Staff of the Wheel, which is a great item that I want to use. 10 intelligence, 10 hit points, and 10 mana. There's basically only one staff that's better for someone doing pure casting that's not trying to attack ever, and that is Blue Crystal Staff from Finnegas Afterball. And it's lore equipped, which means you can do the quest multiple times and combine it up. So it turns out we can do this quest 16 times and continuously make this staff, put a +1 or even a +2 on each of them, and then combine them up the ladder. Oh dear. Okay, well, that's good to know. It's good to know for now. Anyway, we're going to give him the Staff of the Wheel and the Star of Eyes. He's going to craft for us the Ice Comet spell. Big, 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 big. Positively huge and massive. Alright, we did it. Now, since we're here, Tartan's Wheel, interested, wheel case, think we will do it again, because I want that fucking staff. Loop. This right-clicks to cast Identify, which is a spell that doesn't matter any longer. And Staff of the Wheel. 10, 10, 10. Currently I'm using Diamond Rod +4, which is only for its 9 intelligence, basically nothing else. Technically it's got an okay ratio, I guess, for like a wizard, but... And Eye of Inaruk +5 for 10 AC, 87 mana, quite a lot of mana, and 10 intelligence. So this thing is like already worth using instead of the Diamond Rod, because I'm just not here for attacking, really. I do have to level it up to put Cello's Drum in there. And the Golem Metal Rod, I guess. Well, I got the Shield of the Immaculate in that one. So, anyway. Currencies. Bink. I'm not going to do this right now, so we'll level this particular one up just a touch. Staff of the Wheel. Three. I guess I could level it to 4 to put like a proc in it, but I just don't attack. Not really an attacker. If I have a shitload of these motes, then I'll do it. Oh yeah, I do. I have a shitload of these motes. Bing. Bong. There we go. 14 intelligence, 14, and I can put a proc in it for when I run out of mana in a raid, and just sit there auto-attacking to do 0.001 more DPS. Oh, look at that. Proper stave. Hell yeah. And we'll take the drums out. We'll take the Golem Metal Rod out. Give those a toss. And can I put Yukesha in there just for fun? No, because this is wizard only and Yukesha can't do that. I bet the Ruby Stiletto can't either. Yeah, that's for other classes. Alright, looks like no procs. Not that that matters too much. I don't even know if there's like a... There's probably an all proc somewhere that I could end up using. Use this as a click effect. Golem Metal Rod, by the way, pretty good for pillage enchantments on pull. If a creature has like a million buffs on themselves. It's good to get those off. Destroy, destroy. Alright. Nice-oo. Sounds like a lot of running around. It's actually a lot of waiting. Because you need to pick up each rod something like maybe 8 times or maybe 16 times. And so you just go to one area and sit and click on the rod every like 45 seconds or something like that. And so EverQuest is one of the best games ever to play while you are doing something else. You like simply Alt-Tab back to whatever you're editing, or Alt-Tab back into work, or just a movie or whatever you're doing. And you're sitting there on the floor underneath the water with water breathing. You Alt-Tab, click on the rod, put it in your bag, and tab back. Takes 1 second. And then you're just working on something, and then you tab back a little later, pick up another one. And you just do that 8 times or 16 times or whatever. And you're getting actually a lot accomplished in EQ whilst doing something else. It's the same thing for sitting at a camp with a guy that spawns once every 20 minutes. You know, you tab back in, kill the guy, loot the item you want, tab out. And then just, for the next 20 minutes, you're doing whatever. Tab back in, kill him, rinse, repeat. So it's like the ultimate second monitor / Alt-Tab, just doing something, and then every 15 minutes you tab back in and work on it. Which is typically how I do it. Eldermark says, or you could wait 3 weeks and get 9 of the super motes they added last week to jump it from 1 to 10. Yeah, I could do that, but I want to use the super motes on stuff that's much more annoying or harder to farm, right? Like, for instance, Talisman here. Talisman of Kajar Karath, the new cat necklace they put in. This guy I bumped up to 10. I farmed it up to 7, and then just put 3 raid motes in it. Because the sheer number of those you would have to do is positively absurd for that quest. And then run and turn them all in. It would be a little too much. And this is an item that I'll use forever. I'm never going to replace it. It's the best necklace in the game. So this is the kind of thing I would like to use raid motes on. It's possible I'll replace this staff with the Atterfall staff. And I'm just never going to spend raid motes, which I got 1 left in my inventory here. I'm just not going to spend them on something that I'm ever going to replace, right? And I kind of don't want to spend them on spells for the most part, because you can give tiny motes to spells. Like, you could just throw a bunch of infinitesimals in spells. Like, it doesn't matter what the level of it is. I mean, you still obviously use them probably after 7 or 8, you know, to get from 9 or 10. Because just anything would be entirely too much work at that point. But it is a good call out. It's just, I think the Phineas staff is better. Blue crystal. At +4, it is 14 intelligence, 14 hit points, 43 mana. And it's got save versus fire cold, which is okay. And this is basically the same thing, but like 10 less, or 28 less mana. So if I farm Kedge Keep at +4 over and over, I will have a slightly better staff. And it is I think it's the best staff in the game right now. But it is very rare. I've killed him 6 times and I haven't seen it. So that's an issue. Whereas this one you can just get if you want to spend the time. And our mana's looking good. We're up to 7286. We're about halfway to 7.5k mana. And the goal is to get our mana so high that we actually don't run out of mana from fighting D4 bosses. I don't know if that's possible, but I'm working on it. Or being in a group and fighting on, like in a raid group D4 with a bunch of people in it, and just not running out of mana for as long as possible, because then the DPS turns off completely. Which is the problem with playing a pure caster in EQL. It's sort of made for, you're supposed to really be a melee person who puts dots up in this version of EverQuest. You're not supposed to use pets to tank stuff. You're not supposed to be a caster. You're supposed to put Turtles Insects up, Odium, the poison one, and just kind of smash and watch your lay on hands cooldown decrease. Which is also fun in a certain respect. I just don't really like Shaman. I'm not a big Shaman guy. But you gotta do what you gotta do. So of course I have a loadout for killing hard bosses. But... oh, pardon me. I didn't know there was a Thunder Tusk here. What's up, dude? These Mammoth Tusks. Oh, oh, small Mammoth Tusk. Okay, okay. I can't remember where the big mammoths are. Are they elsewhere? Anyway, I'm told that farming the Mammoth Tusks... oh, Iceberg! He's big! Look at him! Iceberg? Do you drop anything cool? Actually, no. I think he follows Tundra Jack around, and I don't want to screw up my faction. So I'm not gonna fight him. But anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, apparently farming mammoths, not the calves, but the bigger ones, is a pretty good way of making platinum when you're level 10 and just started the game, and you're trying to farm to race change. There's a big one. The big one. Nothing. I want to see how much they sell for on this server, because it's supposed to be a few platinum. Supposedly. Track a woolly mammoth. Behind and to the left. Straight ahead. To the right. Ahead to the right. Straight ahead. Okay. Man, tracking is great. Don't leave home without it. $10 platinum each. Huge. Okay, they were right. So word to the new players. You just got the game. And you want the cool race to unlock with money. Like Dark Elf, High Elf. I think also Half Elf as well. Those three are unlocked just right away with money. Farming these mammoths is actually sick. Each of these is 10 platinum on these in Everfrost if you want to go here. Because you've got to find something to farm that gives you a lot of money, but also you can kill at level 10. And Wisps in West Commonlands just is not going to do it. Greater Lightstones are way too rare. Anyway, big money. They're worth 10 platinum if you sell them directly to the store. They're worth 7 if you do the lazy way and sell it from your inventory. You take a hit. The goblins take a cut. Alright, well, I did the quest and I got Ice Comet, so let's level it up a little bit. How many motes do I want to use? Why is that polar bear in Arlong, Texas? His name's Iceberg. We're close to the Hallis, the barbarian kingdom. I'm low on tiny motes. I need to do a bunch of mote farms, probably. I got a decent amount of the big ones, though. Not the super big ones. But we got to get Ice Comet to level 7, just like all the other ones. What if we did 5 of those? I mean 4. Get it to 2 right away. What's a mote of lesser do? 2.5. Three and a quarter. What about one of these? Ooh, one of those won't even fully level it up. Will 3 of these do it? No. Okay. I don't know why I'm selecting one. If you hold shift and click, it picks up a whole stack. If you hold control and click, it picks up 1 from a stack. So there's tip of the day. And now this would require 64 normal motes to get it up. Or 4 of the big ones, or like 1 of these. I'm keeping these greater ones. For sure. So 4 of these to get it to 7. Think. Okay. And we'll stop there, because I'm going to save that for other stuff. I've got to get some motes. Farm some motes up, I think. Anyway, so we're level 7 on the Ice Comet. Resist cold, negative 115. 2.38 cast. So it is? Oh, okay. I'm going to directly compare all these. So the 3 max level spells are Ice Comet, Rend, and Conflag. And they're all the same level. I leveled them to 7. The difference between all of them is Ice Comet is quite a bit cheaper than the other 2. For 808 printed, it does much more than that normally. So 808, 855, and 900. For 123, 138, and 150. Their casting time... Interestingly enough, their casting time is all different. Huh, okay. So Ice Comet is the slowest cast at 2.38. Rend is a hair faster. And Conflag is faster. For sure the fastest. At 2.26. Conflag also does the most damage. So... I wasn't prepared for it being faster to cast. So if you're truly just blasting 100%, have to just kill him, then Conflag is the best for 2 reasons. One, it's the fastest to cast, which means you get more of them. And it does the most top-end damage. So if you're not going to run out of mana, then it's obviously Conflag. If you are going to run out of mana, then it's obviously Ice Comet. Which means Rend is pretty much just to be used if the resists don't work out on these other two. Because it also has the lowest negative resist on it. Hold on, I'm going to get a drink. BRB. You're back? Did you miss anything cool? No. I too am back. I just had to go get a drink. We're comparing the 3 endgame spells for Wizard and seeing which ones to use in ideal circumstances. However, I'm going to be using all of them depending on the resist. So, obviously, whichever one the boss has the lowest resist for, you just use it because they're that similar. But in ideal world, we use Conflag for speed if mana isn't an issue, and we use Ice Comet if mana is an issue. And it's going to take a while. And we probably only use Rend if these two are getting resisted a super lot. Issue being, I don't think I have the spell slots to have all 3 of them memorized and still have all the shit. Have each of all of the stuff. At least in like Grindo thing. In Raid thing I probably do. Let's see. Okay, yeah, in Raid I do have 1 superfluous spell slot, so I can go ahead and grab it. We need Theft of Thought to steal the mana from the boss, that's big. I feel like Conflag can stay because it's the most damage, and then 2 can be Ice Comet. And then we got the big slow and Mez, just in case. Wandering Mind, I've tried it a bunch. It's actually garbage. So that one can switch to Rend. And we'll drag that to the bar if it happens to be that the boss is immune or resistant to both of these. And so I'll have all 3 of my damage spells ready for whatever boss I'm fighting in the group. Then Blanket of Forgetfulness. This is like a maybe. If I'm soloing, it's necessary, but in a raid group, I don't think I'm trying to do that. So I do have one free slot to use on kind of whatever for the raid. Maybe it'll be like the most recent buff. Or Boon of the... Actually, it should be Boon of the Garu. Because I can cast this on a DPS class. And then it's like me giving DPS to the group. So whatever, like, Monk, Berserker, Rogue, like unplayable combo unless you're in a group, like that guy, just give Boon of the Garu to him. And then he gets a Giga Vampire proc. Or maybe to the tank, actually, because the tank probably wants the Vampire proc. It's like, that's reasonable. And then Ulur to charm stuff, so I do damage. And then Denon's probably doesn't need to be on the raid bar. There's just, like, almost no situation that I would want to take my mana from 100 to 0 in, like, 5 seconds. To not kill stuff on D4 in a raid. So, like, this one is kind of up in the air. It could be Supernova or something. But Supernova hella sucks. And then the loadout is Amplification for bonus singing, Embers for bonus damage, Elegy for bonus mana, which is damage, whichever elemental resist the whole group needs based on the boss type, and regen. So this is probably good for raid group. And then if I am soloing a boss, what do we have here? Bounce is actually necessary. Evacuate. You know, if I'm soloing a boss, I could just die. It's like fine. Right? It's okay to just die. Mez sometimes helps in groups. Yeah, I need to find like one slot. I guess I could drop Rend, and just know what the boss's resists are ahead of time. Like, just look them up. But it depends on what class combination they are. I think I'll know. We'll just look it up. And then use whichever one works. And this is fine. Okay. Back to regen. And the Grindo setup can have Ice Comet, just because it's cool. Instead of Rend. And this is what we call balance, I guess. Let's get some motes. Gather some motes if need be. Or is there some weapon or item that needs Plane of Sky? That needs Plane of Sky. Oh, enhancement haste. Do I have that? I do. Okay, so we don't need those. I could farm him to upgrade those a little bit. And then this thing drops in fear. Let's get some gold in the free tie boots, shall we? Like one of the last things I need that I can kind of farm for. And you can farm for moats at any time. I'll get him to like +5 maybe. Or so, or something. Ooh, slow traveling, hold up. Movement and viz. You know what I ought to do? I'll do it like this. And levitate. And regen. And I'll save this as travel. With 2 empty slots. Z travel. So it's the last one on the list. And it just switches to all the stuff. Wait. Give me a invisible to undead as well up here. There. So now I can just swap to it, and if I'm traveling anywhere, it gives me speed, invisibility, levitate, the chance at invis to undead, and regen. It's just got all the stuff. Anyway, Nagafen's lair. Give me a D4 dealer. My own personal instance. He's right here on the map. I gotta go over there. I don't think anything can see invis here except for raid targets, but we'll see. Going for a swim. Lava swimmer. Absolutely blind, just looking at the map. There we go. Oh, sonic bats can see invis. That's right. All right. You guys come over here. Thank you. Douche. All right. Burnt sash. What's that for? Call of Flame quest from Greater Feydark for the spell Call of Flame. Which is a level 49 ranger spell. It does 300 damage. Wow. Okay. Probably won't be playing a ranger, and if I am, I'll just go back and get this. It's fine. Fine. Anyway, where was I? Oh yeah, we're closing in. Can you guys see invis? No, good. Didn't want to fight you anyway. There's a trap here, but I'm levitating, so we're fine. And let's switch up to the blast. Charm that guy, have him fight that guy. Kill the pet. I'll have my charm pet fight the other ad. This guy's a wizard mage, so he's blasting a little bit. Straight up playing AS in the 90s cartoon Dungeon Master. Let's go. It's true. Got him. I'll help my pet kill this cleric now that that cleric's out of mana. And we got the boots, big. You ever want to see the power of an enchanter? Like, there were two guys here. I charmed one. There was an ad. And then I just had my pet fight the ad. And it was the most comfortable, relaxing experience ever. Which would have been a nightmare. In another situation. Or you accidentally pull a room that pulls a separate room, and now there's 8 extra guys fighting you. Press AoE Mesmerize 2 times, and they're just chilling for the next 30 seconds doing nothing. So good, so useful. You hear enchanters are insane and a huge part of the meta. You're a frog bard and you love the charm, so you get it. Yeah, enchanters are very, very good. Depending on what you care about doing, you know, there's like a bunch of different stuff to technically do in EverQuest. So like there's questing or target farming where you're running across the entire world and then skipping past a million mobs and fighting something over and over. There's grinding, which is like AoE fighting stuff. There's bossing. There's a bunch of different things you can be doing. If I were to rank the classes, I would put Shaman in S tier as probably the best class, all things considered. And I would put Enchanter also in S tier. And then there's a gap where you enter an elevator and you press down and it goes down like 6 floors, and then it's the 3rd most powerful class. Like there is a gap there. Fire, ice, and magic. Yeah, I think that sounds right. Enchanter because charm is so strong, mesmerize is so strong. You do get Boon of the Garu, which is alright. But really, it's about Mez and Charm. Those are just so good. You don't actually need it, but you like almost need Enchanter to do Plane of Sky and not pull your hair out. It's so good. The only reason I'd put Shaman above Enchanter really is due to the nature of combining 3 classes. Shaman counts as a slow, which you need, and a healer, which you need, and a DPS, because Puma and your dots are so strong. Like a Shaman, I would consider a Shaman legitimately a DPS class. If they couldn't even heal, like you would count them as DPS. They do so much. And so when you're building your comp, you get to cheat with Shaman, because Shaman is DPS and heals. And it has the best slow in the game, one of the 2 good ones. And so really you're cheating on space. It's two classes in one. Whereas Enchanter is merely only one class. It does, depending on what pet you're finding, it does pretty decent DPS with a charm, and it has the second best slow. And its toolkit of control is so strong, but it's still just one class. It's just a DPS class, and so it's under Shaman just a little bit. And then you jump off a cliff and you hit the next best class out of 14 or whatever. And it's like, I don't know, maybe Paladin or something. But it's a long way down. Slow OP, you are right, Stab Phase. It's not quite this stark, but if you're trying to do D4 bosses, you need either the Shaman slow or the Enchanter slow. Bard slow will not cut it. Unless you're the slowest, tankiest, most boring auto attacker ever, like warrior, bard, cleric or something like that. Or the fight's going to take 20 minutes, but you probably won't die or run out of mana. Because bard slow is like 20% or 35% maybe, or something like that. Beast Lord slow as well. Like, other classes get slows, but they're so much worse than the Shaman or Enchanter ones that you're going to end up taking 70% more damage in the same amount of time. It's just not really worth it that much. It's just so good. Character looks like he's cracked a few hobbit holes. I mean, this is his little illusion. I could take the illusion off, you know, and we can see the man behind the curtain is in fact fucking huge. Or big. Speaking of unbalanced classes, here's an unbalanced race. It's Ogre. Play Ogre or you're dumb. I wish it wasn't true, but it is. Sad. So sad. Now, that being said, you can, of course, spend a bunch of AAs on Steadfast Will, and then you don't need to play Ogre, actually. Although starting with 200 strength, or whatever the fuck, is kind of a big deal as well. But you can go Ixar or something then. You can take a cool race. If you have a tank class and max out Steadfast Will, then you don't need Ogre. That's all right. Ixar is better than Ogre, but it's close. Yeah, I think I agree. Once you have a million AAs and stuff, and you got all your Steadfast Will and everything, then Ixar is superior. But you do get a shitload of strength stam even after that, so like that's still something. You avoided Ogre because you're using evasive? Yeah, pretty much. I'm still Ogre even though I'm an evasive tri-class combo. Because I don't have a tank, you cannot max out Steadfast Will. I don't know why they did this. It's fucking bullshit. But you can only get it up to... Here, I'll train it real quick. Yeah. You can only get it up to 80%. Unless you have a tank class in your loadout. Which is bullshit. You should be able to. I'm mad. let me play without a tank if I'm trying not to, you know? But hey, alright. And 80% is not okay when you're in AoE spec. And there's 8 monsters hitting you. Like, they're just gonna stun you. So, you know, it is what it is. Got the wide robe. Men's big and tall robes from Kohl's. And starting out as Ogre is something I would recommend anyway, because the way to unlock Ogre is so ridiculous that you just want that for free. If you want to be a human or a dark elf or a high elf or whatever, you can just like throw money at them. But Ogre is one of those races that's so difficult to unlock that you should just start as it. Oh yeah, Aldark is saying the same thing in YouTube chat. YouTube race unlock, or Ogre race unlock quest is insane. You have to farm 40 hours of berries, bake thousands of muffins. Or you spend 40 plat on Dark Elf or Kano's Human, yeah. Buy some red wine, buy some white wine, and buy some bat wings. And if you buy like 600 red wine, white wine, and bat wings, you unlocked yourself 4 races for just nothing. What a trap. What a trap that new players could stumble themselves into. And be looking at like a race token unlock, you know? Awful. I don't know why I'm casting Conflag. I shouldn't be. There we go. Oh, let's kill the pet. Casting a fire spell against a fireman? No, 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 no. No, not this time. This pet is resisting a lot. There we go. Ice Comet is hitting for 1579. And critting for 3.5k. Oh, 3.8k. Might die here. Never mind, crit one time, we're not dead. We in fact win. The ultimate in crit fishing technology. Bink. Back to regen mode. More boots. Are we at +5? Ooh, we're at +5 already. They dropped both times. Lucky. I don't know how common it is, but lucky. Yeah, Ogre unlocks being based on food is spot on. You are right. It's just you should be able to buy that food instead of having to bake it for 3 days or some shit. It's crazy how imbalanced the racial unlocks are. Trying to herd you to the store, I guess. No thanks. I bought the game and I pay per month. I'm not buying your Chuck E. Cheese dollars on your fucking store to get extra bag space. No, sir. Can you race change, or is unlocking the race for the character purely a meta thing? You can race change, yeah. So, oh, you can't see it because chat is in the way. Here. So, you get 3 loadouts to start, which is not enough, but it's fine for what I'm doing, I guess. And when you're selecting one, you can edit it, and then you can choose whatever races you have unlocked. So I've unlocked Dark Elf, Half Elf, High Elf, and Wood Elf by just throwing money at people. And I started with Ogre because I didn't want to unlock that shit. And when you're starting the game, you have to respect the race class combo of your primary. But afterwards, you can swap and it doesn't matter. So notice this is a primary class enchanter, and yet I'm an ogre. And so what I did was I started as an ogre shaman, and then unlocked enchanter later. And then you can do your additionals. And so we got the AoE grinder main class thing that's fun. And then we have a thing for killing bosses, and then we have a thing where I'm leveling up different classes. Like I have shaman, bard, and then just choose a third class, almost like they're ferrying that class to 50. Although it really shouldn't be shaman, actually. It should be something else, but the shaman sucks to level with. And you level your other classes to 50 because you want to get AAs. It's like a pretty efficient way of getting AAs, honestly. Currently I have Bard at 50, Enchanter at 50, Wizard at 50, Shaman at 50, and Shadow Knight at 50. Warrior is up to 30, he'll be 50 pretty soon. And then I can start working on something else, maybe Paladin. I feel like having Paladin and Shadow Knight at 50, as well as Warrior, like get all the tanks to 50, and then you can sort of do whatever with them. Yeah, you're not multi-classing, you're all-in-one multi-boxing. That's a better way to think about it. I think in my video... Wait, did I make that video? Or am I just thinking? Anyway, we'll move this back. It might just be a script somewhere, but anyway, in the video that I was making, and I should put out pretty soon, I describe it as on the hero's journey, THJ, that was 8 expansions worth of AAs and disciplines and spells and abilities. That you played a tri-combo, and it was truly Path of Exile for EverQuest. It was an ARPG. It had that level of combos to it. It was a PoE ARPG version of EverQuest. That is not what this is. That is not EQL. EverQuest Legends is you are multi-boxing except you're one person. Or you're in Dungeon Finder assembling your own Mythic Plus group. So you're choosing like tank, which tank do you play, which healer do you play, which DPS do you play. For the most part, it's like that. Much less combo focused. And more you're just balancing a little boxing party. How many more times do I want to do this? Maybe I'll get this to 6. There's a lot of intelligence on these boots, and it's hard to find boots with a decent amount of intelligence. I think gold and Ifriti are actually maybe the best, if the only thing you care about is mana. Which is almost, but not quite, just about all I care about. We're at 7,700 mana. We're closing in on 8k mana. And if I'm in a raid party with raid buffs, I probably get to 8,000. Which is decent. Playing like an actual blaster caster, you just don't have sustain. You just can't do it. There's no sustain really. The only thing you can, like, okay, yeah, I'm a bard, and so I have that regen, but that's it. The only way you can really last longer is by making your spells cheaper. And I guess stealing mana from the boss once every 2 minutes, but the boss just gets to 0. Was it the person in chat, Eldar Mark on YouTube? They're playing Monk, Bard, Paladin, which sounds like an incredibly fun combination. It doesn't have a Giga Slow. So that's the problem with it, for sure. Like, Bard Slow just kind of doesn't cut it. Maybe it cuts it when you're a Monk Paladin, actually, now that I think about it. But damn, it would be nice to have Enchanter or Shaman in there. Shaman would be, like, kind of wasted, because Shaman heals are not that much better than Paladins. They're both kind of weak on healing. But Puma would be hella nice for DPS, as would Dots. And Enchanter would be nice for not pulling your hair out in Sky. Or just not going there. There's a whole lot to do in the game before you're, like, boxed into needing to do Sky, right? Stupid amount of utility, great healing, incredible mitigation, not so great on the damage, yeah. The secret problem with Monk is that, yeah, White and Trent Fists have an incredible ratio, but it's hard to find a good proc that fits in them, because Monk weapons and, by proxy, Beast weapons are so rare that it's hard to find anything that can proc in them that's good. Kill the pet, kill the guy. That being said, you're like actually impossible to kill, because Bard gives you like 120 to the resists that you care about. Monk has Mend. Paladin has Lay on Hands and heals. Monk gives you good dodge. Yeah, you're just like, you're an absolute machine of never die. However, the damage is like, yeah, monks get a higher one-handed blunt skill, but you're going to want to use your paladin weapon, which that doesn't help. You do get triple attack from monk, that's nice. But damn, it would feel so good to just put like a berserker in there, or a rogue in there or something, or even a ranger for the strike through and attack. But you only have 3 slots. EQL still in beta? No, it released 2 weeks ago. Big launcher. Pretty fun. I'm enjoying myself. It's definitely not the play your way kind of game, but if you acquiesce to the conceits of the server, it is quite fun. Monk, Bard, Paladins sing about how righteous your punches are. Yeah, true. That's what it is. There's only 2 procs for hand-to-hand in the game. One is a healing debuff, and the other, I forgot which. It's pointless. Go one-handed blunt, yeah. Yeah, maybe you have to do that. It's just White and Trent Fists are so cool, but maybe that's the way. You were going to go Monk, Bard, and Warrior instead of, but the mitigation healing with Warrior just wasn't enough. But apparently there's an A that makes you passively regen 1% of your HP all the time. Yes, there is. It's level 30 for Warrior. Gives you a 1% passive regen at all times, in or out of combat. It's really good. I'm leveling a warrior just to kind of test it out. I got Shadow Knight to 50. I'm leveling a warrior right now. And then I'll do Paladin. Just because it'd be nice to have all the tanks at 50. My core of primary secondary I chose was Enchanter and Shaman. I figured, because I'm not going to buy any race tokens or something, you get one for free the first time you level to 50. And I figured that there just wasn't a combination, for the most part, that didn't include either Enchanter or Shaman. I felt like that was safe to cover all my... cover my bets, I guess. And it's mostly true. All the other game monk weapons are one-handed blunt, even the fists are. It wasn't until like Valios where two-handed weapons were really a thing. Yeah, that's true. I mean, even Celestial Fists was a glove slot. It just modified your hands. You went Frog Bard, nice. Dude, the frogs are looking good. They're so funny looking. You give them a helmet, they're hilarious. They're goofy-ass animations. Big fan. Started Frog, you did the kitty thing, switched to kitty, and then switched back, yeah. Agnostic Paladin. Disgusting 2026 D&D ass Paladin. Worship gods, you cowards. Bring back half-elves. Oh yeah, I need to do the Agnostic quest. Good call out. It's funny that I heard you can unlock Agnostic by killing all the gods, and that's fucking metal. That's great. Why would I worship something I can kill? Based. Where does the Agnostic quest start? I gotta go do that. Because I kill all the gods every week, I might as well unlock Ag while I'm at it. Monk special attacks on Frog involve them slapping the enemy with their tongue. That's cool. That's funny. The special ogre animation for Flying Kick involves you doing like the blob from X-Men. You just like fucking fall on him. You do like a leaping body slam and you fall over. I don't know what Dwarf does. I think they do a flip or something. I can't remember. And the gnome flying kick is like a drop kick where you just jump in the air and hit him with both feet and just fall. Pretty funny. How fun are paladins in EverQuest? Normal EverQuest, not very. EverQuest retail, eventually kind of alright. In EverQuest Legends, they're one of the most powerful classes. They're dope. Their damage is a little less than the other tanks. You are just kind of standing there swinging your sword. But you get Smite on cooldown, which is really good. You get a pretty low cooldown complete heal lay on hands, which is sick. Cease and desist for a bunch of different stuns on different cooldowns to lock down spellcasters, which is actually quite nice when leveling and in higher difficulties when everything's a caster. Give them the law. And you have halfway decent, well, no, you have weak, but it at least is there, AC buffs to give yourself. And whenever you're fighting undead, you have like a 5% chance of doing 100,000 damage and blowing this shit up, which is nice. And there's plenty of undead mobs to always be killing, even in the end game, so it doesn't like fall off. And the best leveling zone in the whole game, which is Lower Guk, is only undead. So you're kind of nice. Paladin is quite cool in EverQuest Legends. I get the distinct impression that the people who made EverQuest Legends secretly always played shamans and paladins and wished they were overpowered. And they didn't have to do anything to shaman to make them OP, because they already were secretly. But they gave him Puma out of era anyway. And they juiced up melee until paladin was amazing. It's kind of nice. Shadow Knights are like okay. For the first time ever, they're not as good as paladins. And warriors are honestly kind of struggling, even though they gave them some cool abilities. It's crazy. They're the worst tank, maybe. Oh, and frogs get a special jump high, so you can do stuff like skip straight to Fox. That's awesome. You can't get that. You can't get something like that by just grinding gear. That's very interesting. Really cool. I gotta remember that for the Froge. Because being able to like jump and skip stuff and what do you call it? Just exploit the architecture of the game is really cool. I'm gonna put that in the video to let people know. That's sick. Alright, we'll give him the deeds. Man, applying the slow, it just changes everything. It's so nice. Pretty soon these ads will spawn. When they do, I'm going to charm one and have it fight the other. I guess I could also mesmerize them if I wanted to. The joys of being an enchanter. You have an answer to just about any problem. Ice Comets hitting for 13-ish. Critting for almost 4K. You'll love to see it. Oh damn, he blasted me. He blasted me out of my little zone here. Now I'm fighting two things at once. Whatever will I do? Mesmerize. Alright, they're fine. This is like, oh, something went wrong. Nope, I'm an enchanter. It's fine. And now I can leisurely kill one while the other can't act. Toss a slow up on him. And this putting the slow on him doesn't even break Mez either. You can just keep trying over and over until it's up. Shaman is powerful at the numbers of the game, but Enchanter is powerful because it cheats at the game. And this is what we call balance. They're one of the most powerful classes. That's all you needed to hear. Might roll a human paladin for real, based. I would suggest, I don't normally try to push people towards meta or anything, but a lot of times it's the meta for a reason, and I don't want people to get hit by the trick, the trap they set for you. This will be a little annoying to start out the game, and I understand that. Well, no, you're going to be a tank anyway. It's fine. It's fine. But I feel like informed consent. You're probably going to want to roll an ogre to at least unlock that race for the future if you ever want that. But because you're going to choose Paladin, it's not as big of a deal, because Paladins get the maximum steadfast will, so it'll be okay in the long run. However, you know, it's just like an extra 50 strength or something. Like, that's fine. Since you don't have to care about the stun resist. Human Paladin is sweet, though. Just good. When building your class combo, my recommendation is to choose one of the 2 best slows and take that. So either Shaman or Enchanter. And then toss in some Giga DPS class, and that's a fine combo. You can get the 50 and do basically all the difficulty 0 stuff with Paladin, Paladin whatever. Like whatever the other 2 are. You've chosen a tank, so you're fine there. And so you'll have a blast. Also, keep in mind, nothing is ever fucked, and you can always fix it by adding another loadout. And if you want to be stubborn and use the thing that you find fun, even though it's not like that good, you're not ever screwed. For instance, me. I'm playing a class combo that's like objectively bad for soloing bosses because I find it fun. What do I do when I want to kill bosses? I switch to a different loadout and kill the boss. Or I join a group. Like, easy. And the next thing I'm going to level up is a Paladin, because that shit sounds sick. Also, the Paladin has the coolest quests that are currently in the game. And I'd like to do, you know, Holy Avenger and Soulfire and whatever the new one that Shadow Knights and Paladins can both use that requires you to get Ghoulbane and all the other stuff. They just have the coolest weapons. It's a good class, sir. It's wet. I'd probably put Paladin in 3. If we're doing a tier list, I like tier lists, even though they're kind of useless, but they're fun to tool around. The real... Like, if you just look at a tier list, you're probably not going to get good information from it. But it's the listening to the reasoning during a tier list is the real informative part of it, I think. And they're fun to tool around with. I put Paladin probably number 3. You were a Tauren guy in WoW, so you like big? Okay. You didn't mention Ogre because you thought you would have to go for a whole quest to get that, but that seemed sweet. So here's the thing. Unlocking Ogre is extremely time-consuming and difficult. I'm talking 20 hours of just doing that. So I want to save you from doing that. If you start as an Ogre, you just get it for free. And you never have to worry about it. And in their Daybreak store, they sell race tokens to you. But if you start as an Ogre, save yourself either $5 or 20 hours of mind-numbing muffin crafting. But now there's a wrinkle with that, though. Is if you start as an Ogre, you can't lock in a primary Paladin class at 10, because Paladins can't be Ogres. But, according to this loadout and some other stuff, right? Once you're past 10, once you've locked in your primary class, then you can switch whatever race you want, and it doesn't have to care. It's only after that one moment. All right? So what you can do is you choose Ogre to start, and then you go and unlock a different race by 10. And that race, it should be one that can be a Paladin. Like High Elf, for instance, because High Elf is easy, you just pay money. And I mean platinum, not real money. And then you go High Elf Paladin, lock it in, and as soon as it's locked in, you just switch back to Ogre and press OK, and then you're good. But it's like an advanced maneuver that like a new character or a new player wouldn't know about. And I'm trying to save you $5 on the store. Ogres are such a good race for two reasons. One, they have frontal stun immunity from physical hits, not from spells. But frontal stun immunity is extremely important. You just need it. There is an AA where you can buy it. So it just saves you farming some AAs. And it's an AA you probably want anyway. The other good thing about Ogre is the strength they start with is Mammoth. Mammoth strength and stamina. That breaks the rules of like how many points races should have. And strength and stamina, some of these stats don't do anything. Because it's an old game, sir. Alright? Agility doesn't do anything. If it's below 75, you'll get a penalty to AC, but above 75, it gives you like 2 AC if you have 300. It's just nothing, right? But luckily for Ogre, strength and stamina do actually do something. Strength makes your melee hits higher, and stamina gives you a bunch of health. And a bunch of health is very good to have. So Ogre is still pretty good as a race, even if you have Steadfast AA. And plus you look big and huge and round. And powerful, which is cool. Oh, I didn't know this guy was Mezbel. I thought he was kind of a special named guy. Interesting. Got him. Triple crits. Ooh, ooh. The damage. The damage. Technically, the most metagamed race is Ixar. For basically every class combo. But it's not like that much better that it's a big deal. Personally. It's a few more numbers. And they're important numbers, but it's just a few more numbers. The Ogre stun immunity thing really is that big of a deal when you're leveling early on. But by end game, Steadfast Will, you know, it's an extra bunch of strength and stam, which is good. If you're a pure caster that isn't even using auto attack, then Erudite is the best. But again, it's just a few more mana points. You swear to God, this song is from the Katanagari soundtrack. I don't think I know that. I don't think I know that one. It might be. This is just some random mix with a funny image on it. What are we at? And it doesn't really list the names of them either. Alright. It might be. It's just like remixes and stuff. You might have it. I'm not familiar with it. Yeah, Ogres can be Paladins, just not primary. Primary just means the one of three that you have is stuck that way, and it's based on the race, but as an Ogre, Shaman, Paladin works the same as Paladin, Shaman. Yeah. And it's only during that one point in time. It's kind of weird. At exactly level 10... you can't lock into a Paladin Ogre. But as soon as you lock into Paladin anything else as a race, at that exact moment, you can then go into loadout and change it back to Ogre, and you're fine. It's just at that one weird moment. Kind of goofy, but that's how it works. And it is annoying at level 10 to farm Platinum to have to unlock High Elf as a race. But that is way better than having to unlock Ogre later, because it's 20 hours of work or $5 from the shop. So it is a little awkward, but it's the least awkward of all the possibilities. And wanting to play an Ogre is based, so we're good there. Ogre Paladin is just a funny idea. and it's good. Katana Gatari is a really good anime about a swordsman who doesn't use swords, fighting increasingly desperate definitions of swords and swordsmen. Okay. Cool. We'll get it to 7. We're closing in. There should be another 3. Another 3 of them, no big deal. I found typically 7 is where, or plus 7 either for spells or equipment is about where I taper off. And I'm just like, I'll use raid modes after that. My equipment is all pretty low. I haven't spent a lot of time grinding equipment. I've just spent some time finding equipment, if that makes sense. Because I've been doing a bunch of other stuff. I got Drop of Crystallized Flame at plus 7, so I guess I did that one pretty decently. I got the necklace to 10, that was important. But I only have a 5 mask, a 3 helm, 3 ring, 4 bracer, 2 arm, 4s. Yeah, okay. So it's randomly split between 7s for stuff I've bothered to farm plus a 10. And then just a bunch of 4s and 3s. I spent much more time grabbing the focus exaltations instead. Like I got Enhancement Haste 2, I got Extended Range 3, I actually did the fucking White Dragon Scale Cloak thing for Improved Damage 3, because that's exactly my build is spellcasting right, so I actually did the White Dragon Scale Cloak Improved Damage 3 thing, Spell Haste 2, and all the bard focuses. So like Sallows drums, Gypsy loot. I think there's a loot from Vox, maybe? I don't have the planar loot drop. I just have the one from Mistmoor, the Gypsy loot. So maybe I ought to go get that. Ball of Ever-Living Golem. And then for any slots, it's just a bunch of robes to give the positively maximum amount of intelligence and mana I can possibly have. Crimson Robe from Fear at plus 5, and then Carmine and Insidious from Fear. Which one's at 6, one's at 5. I should level these up a little more. Because you can do AAs at the same time. When I'm done with this guy, I'll do that. Go into Fear, into the temple in the middle, because all the amygdalans spawn there and they drop chestplate items. And so you can AoE them all down, get AAs, and level up your chest at the same time. It's kind of nice. All this talk of ogres, I guess I don't have to be small. We can go big. There's tight quarters you can't even see. They're huge. Dude, ogres are so big in EverQuest. Got my little snow cone there. And their walk is so goofy looking. So funny. I'm going to find a corridor where I can green screen a little bit. We're going to do a Bateman, like a ogre Bateman walk. It'll be funny. There he is. Put the slow up, and we blast. Probably better. I just empower these. Feel like he's not going to resist. So empowered is 1700. 16. It's less DPS in the long run, actually, because of the faster casting of Arcane Mastery, but you see bigger numbers, which is sometimes funny. And it crits for... It's a shame Empowered isn't better. It's just kind of worth always being an Arcane Mastery. Each one is worth... What? I was 24, I think, before this one. So it should be another 2. It's going to be like really close to leveling after the next one, but I think it's going to be 2. 2 more. I guess I could just like randomly fight other stuff. I might as well. For some AAs. While I wait for the respawn. Instead of just talking. Talking is nice too. I'm gonna auto sell that thing. I'm tired of looking at it. I probably will level Ranger at some point. I think Ranger is a pretty decent add. If you care about just like single target white damage versus really high level stuff, because of the strike through and attack is really good. And you have massive tracking, which I feel like I kind of always want. Tracking, sorta. He's gonna pull a ton of guys. And they're all gonna be fighting my pet and me. So we'll mesmerize the group. Look at that. They're just chilling. How about some denims? Badoosh. Long stun. Hey, what are your thoughts on Paladin Monk Enchanter or Paladin Rogue Enchanter? Those sound like actually really good combinations. So Paladin is an exceptionally good tank, and it doubles as a healer, even though its heal spells are not very good. But it technically can heal. So that's good. Obviously, you get the best weapons, which is a big plus. Cease and Desist are good for stunning as you're leveling up, and also in D2 and higher when stuff is multi-classing and like everything is a caster. Very nice for stunning and interrupting those. Obviously it has Lay on Hands, which is excellent. Truly excellent. And Smite is good, but it does drain your mana, so I consider it almost a neutral. Or whatever it's called. Your Smite effect, you know, that lowers the cooldown on Lay on Hands. It's going to drain 3% of your mana on cooldown forever, and that you can't scale out of that. You can't get better and better gear. It just follows you because it's a percent. Now, yeah, it does damage and it lowers LOH, but it does drain your mana, and that's a big negative to it. So that one is sort of like an breaks even, I think. Better than not having it. So Paladin is an excellent choice, just always to start with. Plus it's a tank, so you can get maximum steadfast will to not get stunned from melee. Just all around excellent choice. Enchanter is a great second because it gives you one of the 2 best slows in the game, which I think you kind of need. And so you either have to play a shaman or an enchanter. And since you're already a paladin, which is already kind of a healer, you would be doubling up on some of the shaman's kit. So going enchanter, I think, is a fine choice to get access to Shiftless Deeds. Because you just need that to kill bosses, basically. And everything else that an enchanter does. Cheating at the game, charm, mesmerize, a bunch of mana stuff. It's all so good. It's one of the main things that's so fun about playing old EverQuest is you get to play with stuff that no one would make now because they know better. Like, they just wouldn't let you do what Enchanter can do in a modern MMO because it's not okay, because you cheated the game. And it's fun to play the mistakes of the past in that way. So Enchanter is a great choice. And now what are you missing? Okay, well, yeah, Charm does damage, but it's not quite like Enchanter is a good damage class necessarily. Depends on where you are. And yeah, Paladins have the best weapons in the game. But they're not, like, great damage. So it seems like the thing that you're missing in that combo, then, is the damage. And so there's 2 choices you have here. One is Monk, and the other is Rogue. A Rogue is going to do more damage than a Monk. Not like crazy more, but it is going to do more. Monk gets triple attack at 43 or 45 or 46. Same with Rogue. Monk gives you a little more defensive bonuses. Access to better weapons. Kinda. I mean, Paladin's covering that. And it gives you Mend, which is just a great button to press in between all your other stuff. Flying kicks and stuff are alright. Feign Death is useful, but it's not like as crazy useful as you would think. This is just a different version of EverQuest where dying has no negative at all. And so Feign Death, to me, is really just useful for running past a bunch of stuff and then Feign Deathing in front of the boss to skip trash. And skipping trash saves time, and time is money. So I like Feign Death for that reason. Not so much breaking up pulls or anything like that. Rogue Poisons, I don't know if they fixed those. There was an issue with them resisting a whole bunch. And their bonuses are just kind of like okay, I think. So, if you want more damage, go Rogue. And if you like pressing Mend too much, then go Monk. I think they're both excellent choices. If I personally was going to play one of those 2 combinations, I think I would choose Paladin Rogue Enchanter. But it's possible you actually end up needing that evasion and mend in D4 bosses. I'm not sure. I don't have experience with those 2 combos yet. So I can't say if the extra healing really is necessary or not. Oh, rare ring. Dude, 112 hit points? That's a big ass ring, dude. Plus spell haste too. Which means you can put a different thing on your chest. This is actually very good. I wasn't even here for this. I wasn't even here for this ring, but that is actually quite good. Hey, all right. I will say that Paladin Ranger Enchanter might also be kind of a decent idea. I don't know how good it is, but just thinking about it, the idea of giving your class combo tracking, and the best tracking is really good quality of life. Strike through and the attack bonuses, I think, are actually very excellent for adding DPS to a build. It might be more DPS than Monk even. Having that much strike through and attack bonus, I'm not sure. You still get triple attack. Anyway, something to noodle on. Keep in mind this game is about leveling up stuff and then just collecting everything else at your leisure. So being a Paladin Enchanter X and just leveling up Monk and leveling up Rogue and leveling up whatever, and just seeing which one you like slotted in is a pretty legitimate way to do it. I have noticed that I have seen a lot of Paladin Monk Enchanters. It might be meta. So, of the people who play it, it seems like a lot of them choose Monk. So maybe start with that one. Get comfortable with it. And then you can swap out bigger damage if you want later on. Good question. You'll get probably a little bit of a better answer from somebody who's playing one of those comps. I myself am on this goofy ass Enchanter Bard Wizard thing. But I do have a Shadow Knight Shaman whatever for killing bosses, because you kind of need to. I just run out of mana against D4 bosses solo with this combo. But I haven't tried again since collecting a bunch of gear, so we'll see. I can blast down D0, 1, and 2 bosses pretty easily. D3 is touch and go. Depends on the boss. And D4, I just run out of mana. And we're just seeing if I can solve that problem with gear or not. It's fun. Quick buff. kind of low on life here. Well, maybe we can do it anyway. DDD. Dude, it's that easy. Let's go. Okay, definitely almost died. But, it's that easy. D4, 11, level 50 imps. All with multi-classes and pets. Man, if they ever nerf Denon's Desperate Dirge, I am dropping Bard instantaneously. It is flying out of this comp and bouncing off the wall and landing in the dumpster behind Denny's. But I'm enjoying it while it lasts. Hey, HeyWoah, have you seen the new Chainsmoker Cat anime? It's trashy, but it's your kind of trashy and terrible. I think I saw, like, on Twitter, somebody showed the intro of it, and it was... They rotoscoped just a whole bunch of classic movie moments, and I really appreciated that. I haven't seen the show, but I don't know, I like when they do stuff like that. You know, I stand up and I clap when any film nerd copies stuff, you know what I mean? I don't know what the anime is actually like, but could be fun. I thought about it. You love the intro? Hell yeah. Yeah, they've done that a few times with various animes over the years, and I don't know, it's a gimmick, but sometimes I like gimmicks, what can I say? You love the intro. It's got a cat girl waifu with big spheres, so you might watch it for that. I know what I am. Listen. I got Japan on speed dial. They just call me in my house when they got cat girls with big spheres. They're like, is this the HeyWoah residence? It is. Another cat? Yeah. All right. I'm on it. I'm going to toss up improved in Viz here. Hopefully nothing sees me. Because I got a BRB. Getting a drink. Running back. You proudly stand with Plus Size Elf, Best Anime Oat. Legend of the Galactic Heroes, Death Note, Mid Piece, never heard of them. Well, I haven't heard of those either. Plus Size Elf. Am I going to have to look this up? I got time. I'm waiting for respawns. Please tell me this is true. It is. It's real. Plus Sized Elf. 2024. Japanese animated series. Oh, it's a manga series. It's I can kind of see the hiragana. Erufu san wa yaseranai. So Elf San can't lose weight is the Japanese name of it. Wow, this is wonderful. You have shown me something new here. Oh, and there's a second one. There's a sequel. Shin Elfuru Sanwa Yasudai. Okay. So plus-sized elf second helping. Elf Sand can't lose weight new, which is called new. Okay. She's got fucking McDonald's fucking fries on the cover. Damn, we were right to do it. Truly. At least there's one there's one country that isn't forgetting their recipes. Plus size elf is great. It's about an elf that travels through a portal to Earth, so reverse isekai, but enjoys french fries too much and has gained too much weight to go back home. Like, they just don't let her. Like, oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. Get on the scale in front of the portal to the elf kingdom. And just loud buzzer noise. What is... It's an actual anime. So it's all about a physical therapist and dietitian trying to get her to lose weight. One of those, this is how you adult, you damn otaku animes. Yeah, it's... That's their way in, you know? They're like, otakus, you gotta lose some fucking weight. Here, we'll show you... Like, we'll show you this thick-ass elf, but really we're gonna give you tips on losing your own damn weight, that kind of thing. Okay. See, it's educational content, too. Peak. Got a new name because it changed publishers. It was so popular they bumped it up to a bigger magazine. I thought you were up to date on your Gunnar light novels, only for looking up memes to post on Discord. And this is a fine meme. Also, I kind of love Japan because it's called plus-sized elf, and the girl they drew on the cover looks like a relatively fit, normal Wisconsin woman. Like, this does not approach plus-sized. I guess it's an elf, and it's Japan, so fair enough. Damn, what a country. Maybe I should visit Wisconsin one of these days for real. Well, it depends on the matter of taste. Are you mezzed? You are mezzed. Right. This guy's also a caster, so I guess whenever he's casting a spell, I could just mezz him again and interrupt it. don't know what Insidious Retrogression is, but I'll just cancel it every time. Ooh, immobilize. Okay, that's fine. Immobilize is fine. Cascading Darkness is fine. That shit sucks. I'll probably resist it as well. Entombment of Ice does damage and roots, but now you're dead. Next. Boot merger. We're merging the boots. It's casting Shock of Swords. Alright, I'll just take it. It's fine. Regen. I was gonna say you don't know Morning Glory Milk Farm. I used that one as a meme for sure, yeah. It's a fine meme, sir. The Sleaze. Like your women, like you like your games big. Like you like your characters big. Quick buff. Wow. Oh yeah, I forgot I put the illusion in the quick buff panel. One more. One more for +7. $4 million guys. Your favorite one of those, this is how you adult mangas, was the one about how to clean house. The artist went insane 8 chapters in and just flipped the script to some soap opera drama. And it wasn't even nice. But the publisher couldn't axe him immediately because of a contract or something, so it kept going for like 10 chapters. And the editors were like, please stop, we hired you for this reason. Oh. It's like DoorDash imps, they just come to you. I'm like watching this one on tracking try to arrive. There it is, okay. Oh, it was just a pet, okay. You think all the free-to-play schemes to get you to go to the cash shop, we didn't give you enough inventory space, has got to be top 3. Yeah, they didn't... Like, they do sell you inventory space in this game. But they do give you a lot of inventory to start with. Like, this is a lot. And I could have another 3 raid bags if I farmed them a little more. And then also there's bank, also there's dragon horde, also there's storage for equipment, also there's activated items and exaltations. And currency for all the Plane of Sky stuff. Well, not all of it, but the gems at least. They give you a remarkable amount of space for a game that charges you for extra space. Which I kind of like. It's nice. I don't think I'll need to purchase any. Maybe I'll end up having to do so. We'll see, but... Oh, he found it. He found it. What even do they sell in the store? Let's see. I have no Chuck E. Cheese dollars, no Blizzard bucks. What do you sell here? You sell bags, which I don't want. A bunch of cosmetics, don't care. Token of reclamation, what's this? Recover 1 destroyed item from the destroyed item list. Oh, if you accidentally destroy something, you can get it back. And instead of hiring customer service people because they can't, because 5 people work there, they just charge you for it instead. Okay. It's nice to know that if you accidentally destroy something, you can indeed get it back. It's less nice that it costs money to do so, but I guess whatever. It's 100 platinum or whatever that dollary-do thing is. Potion of amnesia. And change your name, okay. And it's a lot. You gotta make sure you like your name. And then bottle of alternate adventure, which is pay to win power and shouldn't be in the game, and I'm mad. Which, in the same amount of time, you essentially get double alternate advancement XP for AAs. For the next, like, 5 of them. So it's like, it's 5 AAs for 500 Chuck E. Cheese dollars, however much that is. I really don't like this. The thing that makes this not so bad right now is there's not a lot of AAs in the game. I'm used to having to farm 7,000 of them on retail or a private server. But there's almost no AAs. You'll cap out anyway. Pretty quickly even, if you're only playing 1 loadout or 2. And then slots in the Dragon's Horde and loadouts and all that stuff. Storage sets. Once you have every... I don't know, once you've leveled up every character and you want to have like a bunch of loadouts, then you might hit this equipment slot limit and you're going to hit the fun loadout limit. So this loadout slot thing is probably the one you'll butt up against if you play for a long time. And then what's this unlock? Class token, race token, deity token. And you can avoid having to pay any of these. You can avoid having to buy any of these by carefully choosing your starting race and class. Like, I don't think you actually need to buy any of these if you plan correctly. There's nothing really in the store that's terribly atrocious. I think the thing you will end up hitting is the loadout slot, and if you play for a super long time, storage. Those 2 things. Not inventory storage, but like this funny storage thing for your different loadouts. I've seen worse. It's the principle of it that I don't like about the AA one, but I've seen worse. "17 pages of comments on Manga Decks on the last chapter, 400 replies." Alright, we did it. Golden free boots, +7. That's as high as I'm willing to take it for now. 12 AC, 16 intelligence, 8 save versus poison, wisdom, which I don't benefit from. It's a simpler time. It's actually kind of refreshing to be looking at equipment like this. It's only got AC and intelligence, and basically that's it. And it's great, and I'm happy. It's kind of nice before things get crazy complicated and everything gets inflated quite so much, right? I think it's nice. It's nice to have something that shitty be good, is what I'm trying to say. And I got another AA. We're up to 7. Big. Insane watching you do so much damage. Those fights take forever as your Bard Monk Paladin. Well, the difference is you are immortal, and I am in danger of dying every second with pulls like that. But yeah, this class combo, Enchanter, Bard, Wizard, I am here to AoE. I'm here to AoE and Glass Cannon Rochambeau shit down. And so when I win, it looks very impressive and fast. And then if I try to fight D4 Fear, he crunches me into a basketball and dunks me in a hoop. And I just can't do it. Straight up can't do it. So, and you can waltz in front of a boss and just kind of live forever and they'll run out of mana and you win. So, everybody's got different specialties. I'm currently in the process of seeing if gear can fix my class problem for hard bosses. It probably can't, but I'm working on it. And we'll see. Got them all roped up. Badoosh. Look, it's real nice when it works. Sometimes it's positively embarrassing when you're trying to AoE farm in Fear and some guy teleports you elsewhere and you're fighting 30 guys and you mesmerize, but you cast Mez when they weren't grouped up and AoEs won't hit them then. So now they're not grouped up and mezzed, and so you gotta hit individual ones out and reorganize them, and by then you run out of stamina from evasive stance, and you just have to cast Evacuate, buff up, and start all over again. So sometimes it's really cool. Oh wait, I don't have to actually be here. We got it to +7. We're done. It's over. I killed those guys for fun. Where are we going? Time to gate. Alright. Not bad. Not a bad run. It's 4 o'clock. Time for big dinner. TY for hanging out. For the weird beats. And, giant quest. The Ice Comet quest. We got it. It's leveled to 7. Got a new Staff of the Wheel. In the future, I can keep doing that quest if I want. 8 times. Maybe 16, but probably just 8. Level the thing up a little more. And our boots are now reasonable. Next time, probably a bunch of alternate advancement AoE farm. Perhaps leveling a warrior or a paladin. Or both. And maybe some god slaying. We'll do the agnostic quest, which I still have to remind myself to do. Because I kill all the gods all the time anyway. Might as well. I just don't know where the starting NPC is. But we'll get to it. Hey, alright. Big dinner time. Thanks for watching. Appreciate it. Good chat. A chill Saturday, you know? Enjoy your plus-sized elves. And thanks for the subs and the primes and the bits. TYVM. See you Monday or tomorrow.